I hope you're back in well, her mom, everything. Okay, come on, baby, go. Come on, you can't try to harvest. Well, I ain't like this, but I was down, I must have to work. Come on. I don't know where everything going. Not even on it. Oh, not on here. No, Corey. No. He's not even on here. Well, yeah, you know, buy me that too. You know, well, he's in the rain today. And I'm like, right. Come on, baby. Yeah, that is right. So, yeah, I'm gonna walk it out. That didn't mean, well, her mom and dad, they're not, but I felt like, and well, then the other thing, I gotta pay up for nothing, man. No, they were all some people, some places, oh, he passed it up, man. Oh, he didn't know, mom. No, he did pass me. Yeah. Said, oh, back and go over. Well, the only thing he can do remember that. Sure, the boy, snack at me. It's dark. He was be over there. Well, she's just very, very big. Like, no, but, well, I don't know when did they see what's going on. Maybe I get to look better. Tell you that yeah, we'll find out all the way. everything is. And I all you got it all the way. Anybody be ready to yes, he's gonna be.
Four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive cars, and I
Yeah, yes, yeah. I guess he's gonna. Well, sorry, no. Well, you know about me, if you know, if I went to a bomb site, I'd be done. I get done. She's fine. Well, I don't know. Everything done. Well, everything done. I'm gonna buy really to Glasgow by Steve Paralysis. Yes, what's going on? And I said, wow, maybe nothing for me tonight. Well, I was excited. It'll be his. I like the name will be his. Come on.
Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is February 16th, and right now we're looking at the Vandenberg Doppler radar. And you can see Santa Barbara right here. You got Ventura, and then you've got Los Angeles and Long Beach off to the right of this image. Now look at this potent frontal system. Been moving down the central coast here this morning, and it continues to propagate off to the south and east, and it's got some very strong segments in here. Any one of these segments could be producing waterspout or brief and weak tornadoes as they roll on shore. And watch out for some thunderstorm activity. Some flash flooding is possible. You can see the big precipitation, mesoscale precipitation discussion here on the left. That is from the Storm Prediction Center. Some light reading for you if you would, but yeah, they do mention that flash flooding potential here this morning. So let's go ahead and drop that down and take a look at the infrared satellite imagery. And you can clearly see that frontal system here with all this cold air spilling all the way down towards Southern California. You can see the reinforcing shot dropping down across the Gulf of Alaska, headed towards the Pacific Northwest. That one's also going to have its eyes on California as well. We got a 1, 2, 3 pretty potent system punch coming up here, and then through the extended forecast it continues to keep us active as we go through the later portions of February, but changing up the flow a little bit more as we get more of a southwest flow through the extended forecast. I'll show you more on that here in a moment, but first things first, again, kind of a wider view here of the entire state and the combination of Doppler radars. And if you look closely, you can see what I was talking about. Some of these segments there moving in towards Santa Barbara and Ventura County are going to be packing quite a punch, and you can see we got some pretty persistent rainfall across all the coastal range, San Joaquin Valley up into the Sacramento Valley, and now slamming into the Sierra Nevada. And again, a lot of that is going to be falling as snowfall. So what is going on here? Well, if we look at the mid-levels of our atmosphere, about 500 millibars, or approximately 18,000 feet, you can see the big ridge there. You got sinking air, and you got the clockwise rotation, and you got our troughing here right off the coastline. So that's what's bringing us our storm. So if I put that into motion, you can see it's with us here as we go on into the day today. Then it starts to kick through and actually merge with this next potent trough. So very cold air aloft, dropping down the west coast of North America. This second system here is even colder aloft, and we'll take a look at some of the effects from that one as well. And you can see that one swoop across the area, and then kind of a reinforcing shot here as we go through the later portion of next week. And then almost another one there. You can almost call that 4. There's another short wave kind of slides through there as we go through the end of the week and on through the upcoming weekend. And then the trough kind of drops down the coastline again, and then you can see this southwest flow would be bringing some rich moisture back into the state of California as we go on into the 21st, 22nd. Who knows how long that's going to hang out, but that could be a pretty prolific precipitation maker for some portions of the state. And then maybe we start to get a break as we go through the end of the month here. It's kind of far out there. We'll kind of take a look at that on a daily basis and see how that goes. But we got a lot to worry about in the meantime. Now, why this frontal system may be a bit supercharged here is because if you have these abnormally warm sea surface temperatures here, that can add heat to the environment and creates a bit of more of a low-level lapse rate there, and it creates some instability. And again, it just kind of adds fuel to the fire, a little bit of a juicing up of that frontal system as it moves down to the southeast as we go through the day to day. And again, that's the sea surface temperature anomaly. That's the actual temperatures right there. But that little boost in temperatures does make a difference. Now, if we take a look at composite reflectivity, where is this frontal system going? Well, like I mentioned, it's going to propagate to the southeast. You can see some of this activity moving towards Los Angeles. And again, look at this as it moves across Ventura County. Just absolute fire hose moving towards Los Angeles, hitting Long Beach there. And again, some of these segments, any one of them could be producing tornadoes or waterspouts as this rolls on shore. And again, I showed that pretty persistent rainfall here across some of the San Joaquin Valley. That's going to continue through probably to the afternoon hours and be off and on more of a showery nature. And again, there's some pretty potent segments moving across. Look at Modesto right there towards the foothills as we go through this afternoon. And again, that's not even to mention some of the very heavy snowfall coming across the higher terrain. And then we scroll through there, you still see these showers, thunderstorm potential all the way on in through Tuesday. Then the next frontal system comes rolling down, and this is ushering in the very cold air mass. Some interesting segments with this as well. I wouldn't be surprised if this were to create some water spouts also on its journey southbound across the coastal areas there. And again, another big dump of some snowfall as we go through the day on Tuesday. And you can see this frontal system, I mean, look at this thing propagate all the way down through Southern California. Very cold air mass. Winter will arrive for the entirety of the state of California through this upcoming week, and you're definitely going to feel it in some of the temperatures here as well as this next system starts to gear up here as we go through Wednesday afternoon. Now, if we look at apparent temperature, so we'll scroll through there and you can kind of see that frontal system as we go through this morning. The warmer air and more moist air out of in front of it here, and you get a little bit chilly behind there. But there's that frontal system, the initial one. And then you can see the very cold air starts to drop down across northwest California as we go through Tuesday morning, and it just plows down the coastline. I mean, look at this all the way to Southern California. Now, this is taking wind chill into account, but you can see these temperatures get very chilly by Wednesday morning. I mean, it's going to feel like at the 20s there for Sacramento Valley, even down into the San Joaquin Valley, just absolutely frigid across the higher terrain. But yeah, if you're anywhere here in the state of California, you're definitely going to be feeling this frontal system as we go through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning are going to be very cold as well. And I'll show you some of that here with the 2-meter temperature anomaly. Look at this as we go through Monday afternoon. The temperature definitely starts to shift, and then the even colder air mass arrives by the time we get towards Wednesday morning. Look at that nonsense. Wednesday afternoon, some areas 25, 30 degrees below normal in the entirety of Nevada, California, much of Arizona, Utah as well, and the West Coast, finally getting a taste of winter here. And then we scroll through Thursday afternoon. There it is again. And you can see Friday, we kind of remain below normal, and then probably switching up that pattern towards the end of the period there. Now, also the winds, I mean, some of the high deserts, higher terrain, the coastal regions here, Sierra Nevada, portions of Nevada, Utah, Arizona, big winds coming in here. And you can see the strong winds coming with the frontal system here as we go through this morning. So there's shot number 1, and you can see these winds racing across the area. Then we get shot number 2 as we go through the day on Tuesday, and then Wednesday across Southern California. Again, pretty potent systems rolling in. Now, we have that tornado threat. And again, I kind of mentioned that and covered that. And that goes all the way down towards San Diego, Los Angeles, Orange County. And yeah, so be prepared for that. If you see the Doppler radar and you see the rain or the sky get really dark off to your west or your southwest, be prepared for that potential for some very strong winds. You can see there is a severe wind gust potential with that as well, and tornadic activity as those segments roll on shore. And as we go through the day tomorrow, also thunderstorm activity for much of the state continues. Now, if we look at Los Angeles National Weather Service, you just look at the forecast map there and you can see we got high surf advisories. It looks like a fruitcake. That's how you know you're very active. We got winter storm warnings, just an absolutely classic winter storm for the higher terrain of the Southern California mountains as well. They got special marine warnings, and that is for waterspout activity, gusty winds, and maybe even tornadoes along the coastline. We got wind advisories, all kinds of stuff. And if we take a look here, and I click on that, you can see this is the first frontal system. And then again, Tuesday night, we're going to get another shot of rainfall as well. And there is the potential for some flooding with that. And of course, thunderstorm activity. And again, that the special marine warnings, water spouts can create locally hazardous seas, yada, yada, yada. But again, I've covered that. Now, this again is for Southern California, and just some of the threats. If you want to freeze this, print it out, put it on your refrigerator when you get the strong storms here across the area. There you go. Now, I showed that one already, and yeah, dangerous recreation out there going across the higher terrain in the mountains. This is serious stuff here. Very windy conditions, and then the snow levels are going to be dropping over the next few days as well. There could be some very windy conditions, close to blizzard conditions at times for some of the transverse range and maybe even the peninsula range as well. Just want to have everybody prepared for that. And San Diego National Weather Service talking about some of these snow levels dropping down below 4,000 feet by Wednesday evening. So yes, very cold air mass arriving. Hanford National Weather Service talks about some extreme impacts across some of the Sierra Nevada. I know a lot of people don't live across these areas, but people try to travel back and forth. And I do have viewers that live in these areas, believe it or not. And this even includes places like Bishop, and I'll show you that here in a moment. Look at Bishop, Independence, Lone Pine. You are under winter storm watch for potential snowfall. So it's good to know your elevation as well. You can kind of see 3,000 to 4,000 feet, trace to 3 inches, 4,000 plus 3 to 6 inches there, and some gusty winds and slick roadways. You guys know the drill. If we look across Las Vegas National Weather Service, which of course covers portions of California, we got wind advisories, winter storm warnings, all kinds of stuff out there. And you can see the wind there and winter storm watch. I covered that one, but yeah. Crazy storm system. So Reno, Nevada, also talking about some of the very strong winds across some of the higher terrain, perhaps 100 plus across ridge tops. So this is not the time to travel here, folks. Risk level 4 out of 5, major chain controls, road closures and everything whatnot. And hopefully you've heard about this storm, and I can't imagine anybody hasn't just yet, but you never know. And yeah, you can click through stuff like that and see Donner Summit. That's why you don't want to be traveling over I-80. I mean, 50 to 60 inches of snow. You got to wait a little bit here and let the snow plows do their jobs. But we're going to get more snow over the next few days as well. So you might be waiting a few days. Now, Sacramento National Weather Service, look at this, down to 1,500 feet, up to 1 foot. So again, if you're living in the foothill areas or some portions of the northern Sacramento Valley, it's good to know your elevation, or in the coastal ranges here as well. Snow levels as low as 750 feet at times. I mean, what a storm. And again, travel highly discouraged. Now, some big totals. Look at Blue Canyon. What is that? 6 to 8 feet or something like that. My goodness. And again, very low snow levels, major impacts across the higher terrain. Storm timeline here. This is for Sacramento. Again, you can kind of see we're going to remain active as we go through this upcoming week. Again, with that very cold air and the additional short waves dropping down the coastline are going to keep the snow levels low and some precipitation around the region. So this is Eureka National Weather Service. Again, they even talk about some small hail, widespread rain, potential flooding, and then Tuesday night, look at that, snow levels down to 1,000 feet, maybe even briefly lower than that. But yeah, so lots to cover here this morning. And here we go. So there's Monterey Bay, and check it out. We got winter weather advisories for some of the coastal ranges here, and talks about total accumulations 5 to 10 inches and the highest peaks up to 18 inches, mainly above 3,000 feet. So also, I don't want to leave out I-5 corridor. Siskiyou Summit traveling back and forth on I-5, 4 to 6 inches. This is Monday night. That's tonight on in through Tuesday. Mount Shasta right along I-5 there, 6 to 8 inches as well. And again, those snow levels are going to get very low over the next few days. Now, if we look at about 10,000 feet, I like to just kind of show this raw data sometimes so you can get the full effect. There's the frontal system moving across as we go through the day today. And then you can see the next air mass is much colder here. And you can see this polar lobe taking a swing at the region. Look, by the time we go towards Wednesday morning, as this very cold bowling ball just plows across the state of California and much of the southwest USA. And of course, the winds, we got winds today. And again, on Wednesday, actually may be a bit stronger. And again, some of these gusts could be up over 80, 90, 100 miles per hour across some of the higher terrain, some of the high deserts getting big time gusts there as well. Coastal areas, yeah, you guys see it. I'm showing it to you. There you go. So accumulated positive snow depth change in inches. As we're scrolling through the day today, you can really see it piling up here as we go through this afternoon for the Sierra Nevada. And also notice for some of the Southern California mountains there as well. And then the next potent frontal system as we go through the day on Tuesday, you see the snow continue to pile up there. Also, Southern California getting more snow out of this one. You can see much of the state of Nevada. And you can see that across some of the coastal higher terrain there, the coastal ranges, getting a few inches of snowfall even south of the Bay Area. Taking a look at the artificial intelligence. So there's system number 1 we're dealing with today. There's system number 2, the much colder air mass arrives. And then as we go through Thursday, there's system number 3 and maybe one more bit of one embedded in there. It doesn't really show too much on the artificial intelligence. But then we switch the pattern up as we get this vortex here off the coast of the Pacific Northwest. And that starts to set up the southwest flow. And you kind of see this atmospheric river potential flooding into the state of California. This would be more of a warm air mass, still some snow for the higher terrain, but that would definitely be a change of pace and some potentially heavy rainfall amounts showing up with that, especially if that atmospheric river were to stall over any given area. So, and then maybe a break after that. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. And it'll be interesting to see because the biggest snows have not come yet. So we're still waiting for the big bump. It'll be interesting to see how much we catch up here over the next few days. And again, this should be no surprise. Next 15-day precipitation anomaly. I froze this on Friday morning. Look at the apparent temperature across the state of California. I mean, all the way into the 40s down here into San Diego. Maybe some 30s there for Los Angeles. Some of the surrounding foothills, much colder in some of the higher terrain, and just, again, absolutely frigid across the Sierra Nevada. And look at the northern Sacramento Valley. You're getting down into the 20s, and it's going to feel like the low 30s for the San Joaquin Valley, all the way up to the coastal areas here. So, yeah, your taste of winter is on its way, no doubt. Daily 2-meter minimum temperatures. I'll scroll through this a little bit here, and you can kind of see how we're going to be pretty chilly as we go through Thursday, Friday. I mean, look at that. 28 degrees. What is that? Reading right there. And then we go Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then we start to modify things here as we switch that pattern up. 6 to 10 day. You're not going to worry about that too much. And we continue to have that above normal signal there, a below normal signal across some portions of Southeast California, but we won't worry about that just yet. Check us out on Facebook and Patreon as well. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. Hopefully you're all prepared. We'll go over all the details again tomorrow. And yeah, what else? Hopefully you guys are staying safe out there, and I will catch you guys in tomorrow's forecast.
What happened to you? He may not be on to us. Or it depends because he just got out. Yes. Yeah, he's not running late today. All right, my boy. I like it.
Monday, February 16th, and we've got the perfect storm for California at the perfect time. We needed snow, and we're getting snow. We're going to get a lot of snow. This is the Truckee area. This is downtown Truckee. Snow, rain, wind, thunderstorm warning down in Santa Barbara at this hour. Highway chaining up on 50 and 80. And it's just an awesome storm. We were well behind average for snowfall in the mountains, about 45, 50% on the west slope of the Sierra Nevada. We are going to bring that back, and it's going to come back quickly with the potential. Some of the models are suggesting, I mean, I could say I saw like 9 feet of snow on one of the models, but that's like the extreme. But I think 3 to 5 feet, a real possibility by the time we get to Wednesday night, Thursday morning. So really very helpful, beneficial rainfall. This is got some subtropical moisture with it, but the rainfall accumulations, we're going to get little breaks here and there, so we'll see. Maybe it should be for the most part beneficial rainfall. The snow is going to cause problems. Just because there's a lot of snow, they're chaining up, that's a problem. So that's going to happen, but that's what comes with needing snow in the mountains. We'll take it. We'll take the chaining up. This is the Truckee Airport. Temperature at Truckee right now is 30 degrees. Most Tahoe spots are in the upper 20s to low 30s, and that's how it's going to stay all day. The high in Truckee today is about 32 degrees. That's the plan anyway. And then along the highway, you've got, let's see if I can pull this up here for you. This is the change required on eastbound 80. This is the Caltran camera. That's going to happen all day and all night. Traveling up there, if I was traveling up that area, I'm going to try to get this camera for you because I think this is pretty cool. I would definitely not. This is Santa Barbara. This is the Dive Santa Barbara Hotel, or this must be the Dive Club. But that's in that thunderstorm concern area. That's a thunderstorm watch in effect, and you can see it is storming. That's a big south wind. That is what a storm looks like. And we talked about it yesterday. The lower right front quadrant of the low is right over Southern California. It's Big Sur down to Palisades, and this is in that area, and they are really going to get hit hard, not just today, but it continued again tomorrow with significant rainfall. And they've already seen a few inches of rain. They're going to see a few more inches of rain, and getting it all measured over the next couple of days will be something of a task. These are right now numbers. This is Santa Cruz Mountains. So this is in the last 24 hours. 3 inches of rain, almost 3 inches of rain in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And it really hasn't really, I mean, it's been raining hard, but if you look at the rest of the Bay Area, inch of rain, Marin County, couple inches of rain, 3 inches of rain in Santa Fe. That's pretty good. Almost 4 inches. That's if you buy that number, which I do. We'll back all the way out so you can see the colors. Colors kind of you can contour. What I did here was I took out everything under an inch. So there's an inch of rain all around these, but it just clutters the map so much. So these are everything over an inch. And you can see Northern California, Crescent City is like, whoa, where's all the rain? I mean, for them to get an inch of rain in a storm is nothing, right? It's usually disperses from the north to the south, heaviest rain in Crescent City, then Santa Cruz Mountains, then Big Sur, but it tapers down, but not this case. This case, it's sort of a Central California and Southern California favored weather system. Big Sur, Santa Cruz Mountains, like a Big Sur, they just drain that rain. And this is an orographic dream for rainfall in terms of the winds coming from the southwest. This area here, not just, I'm California in general, Sierra Nevada as well, but the winds are southwest, that's a southwest wind. So it's hitting that hill perpendicular. It'll do the same thing up in the Sierra Nevada area. Remember the ice skater conservation of angular momentum, spinning, going through the Bay Area, this column of air. And then it gets up in the mountains and then it opens its arms, slows down. And that's why the west slope of Sierra Nevada is going to see copious amounts of snow and rain, certainly down below. Snow levels, that's the other thing. I haven't really been talking about that, but snow levels are going to be down around 1,400 feet. So a foot of snow in Grass Valley is a lot of snow for Grass Valley. So then we work our way down the coast. There's Point Conception, and you can see the rainfall. I guess Santa Barbara, I'm just getting into it. So with the rainfall really stopping around Lompoc, haven't really seen it get going, but it will. It is raining down there now, by the way. It's just they haven't totaled them up yet. This is the watches. These are the watches, warnings, and advisories. Hope you're having a good one. I'm kind of stoked. Can you imagine if we weren't getting this right now? If we weren't, I mean, it's kind of the end of February, not quite, but we're hurting for snow. And we're doing fine for rain. And 6-station indexes, reservoirs are good, but this snowpack, the savings account needs to happen, and this is going to do it. The pink is a winter storm warning. It's a big deal. The green, we got those king tides, that weird Seahawks green. Never warmed up to that color. This right here, the Seahawks green, that's the king tide. Morning hours, around 6 foot high tide, and with this rain though, Corte Madera Creek right up in Marin County, all the creeks will start to run high, and then the high tide is, in the morning, and then that kind of creates some potential road closures around Lucky Drive in those areas, and then you've got the severe thunderstorm concern down here. I mean, it's just going on, and I've got wind gusts up in the mountains up to 30 miles an hour. So let's take a look at the map as it stands, and then you can see a couple things here. Let me find this. Hope you're having a good day. It's a good day, right? It's kind of fun too when you got it all figured out. In other words, it's going to rain for a few days, so I'm in. I got a book, I got some coffee, I got the magic window. I'm good. I'm not gonna plan on doing anything. Maybe an indoor bike ride or something like that. Okay, so this is. Let's see if I get this going. Here's the cold air. See where it's coming from? That's cold. And then this bad boy, that's subtropical moisture, right? That's a tap, right there. That's a tap, and it's just now. You can see the area, the last frame of the picture, right here, just moving into Santa Barbara and Los Angeles. So Santa Barbara, the reason they didn't show up on the rainfall map was they were under an inch at this hour, but not for long at all. So that's a close up there. We'll come in a little tighter and look at the winds. Winds offshore, the flow, it's awesome. You got some strong winds off of Los Angeles, off the Central Coast, about 30-mile-an-hour gusts. Santa Maria offshore's got 28-mile-an-hour gusts. These gusts out in the storm center are up around 40 miles an hour. So we've got some significant dynamics. I did a peek at the low-level vorticity. We always look at upper-level vorticity. Remember the jet stream? But there is a low-level vorticity. Vorticity, here's what vorticity is. It's a simple way to think of it. If a river is running straight, that's not a high vorticity at all. It's just running straight. Vorticity is a measure of spin. But as soon as a river hits a rock, or right, that straight river bends a little bit, it starts a rotation. And that rotation is vorticity. And that rotation aloft is the rotation that creates lift if it's counterclockwise, and the rotation at the surface, which you have vorticity, is counterclockwise, is lift as well. Clockwise is sink, negative vorticity. So vorticity is just a measure of spin, and if things spin counterclockwise, they expand, they rise. If they spin clockwise, they sink in the northern hemisphere. And then, so this is the rainfall right now. I think I got rain on here, let's say. Yeah, so they're saying they say Oxnard's got 2 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Let's see what Los Angeles Hills got, bucking at 1.93. So I think this might be estimating a little bit high, but let's see if I can move it forward here. I don't know if it's going to, yeah, and you can just see the oranges. So what I'm showing you is the hot spots, and it's really, the hot spots are from about Tahoe, West Slope, those oranges. That's big rain. So if we go here, this is just a rough estimate, but like 5 inches of rain possible. We don't want to get too wrapped up in that. This is the HRRR. We want to get wrapped up in this. This is the one, I put it, it's in my links. So go to, because a lot of guys ask for these links. It's in my links. Go to College of DuPage models, and then go, it'll show all the models. It'll show all these. That's the HRRR. That's the North American. That's the GFS. You select HRRR, and then you select the sector you want. You can figure it out. It's a little bit of clicking around, but you'll figure it out. But anyway, this is the one. When you're looking at radar, so here's radar right now. So look this is current radar. And you can see most of the activity, again, centered in Central California. This is right now. So right now the heavier rains are moving through Stockton. This is as of 9 o'clock this morning, Roseville, okay? So we go, okay, well that's that. Let's see if this guy initializes. So this is, let me bring it up to current speed. So right about there. And that sort of initializes. It's a little heavy in the Southland, but that's the model. So we go, okay, now we know where it's raining. Now HRRR is going to take us through hour by hour. Look at that Eastern Valley. This is now this afternoon. Look at that line. That line's aggressive. That's West Slope of the Sierra Nevada. Man, today's going to be nutty. Some of the pictures are going to come out of there. Maybe we'll do an evening update on the snow. Wow. I mean, look at my friends up in Crescent City, Puerto Rico. You're like, what's the big deal, Bill? Right? What are you talking about, big storm? Well, it's all centered from about the Bay Area south, and that's working out well for the Sierra Nevada. It's working out well I hope it works out well for Los Angeles, and then you can kind of see it winds down a little bit as we head into tomorrow morning, but then there's more behind it. But this is definitely the big takeaway. This is the North American model, I believe. Again, I went up here. These are all there's HRRR, the North American, blah de blah de blah. And you got to play around with it a little bit, because if I try to walk, it's It's like your phone. You know, you get playing around on your phone. Your phone does all sorts of cool shit or stuff that you don't know it does. This is the same thing. College of DuPage models, toggle down, and you'll find everything. You can even find a radar. Everything you need is on COD, College of DuPage website. And this is the North America model. I like this one. Remember, GFS is more broad brush and doesn't update as much. The HRRR is not broad brush, a little more granular and updates all the time. And then this is the one in between them. This is the North American model, which updates more than the GFS, less than the HRRR, and it's not quite as granular. So, but it's more granular than the GFS. So there you go. This is right now. This is, I got a circle around us. This is this afternoon. A lot of it's centered towards Southern California. Kind of, this is tomorrow morning. West slope, it never stops snowing in the mountains, by the way. And then this wave comes through. This comes through on Tuesday morning. So we're gonna have something. So we're gonna get a little break tonight and tomorrow morning, and then Tuesday mid morning another system comes in. We've got wind with this as well. And then this is Thursday morning. So it's on. It's on, and it's not a fire hose. It's pulses, and they're going to move around a little bit. Right now, they're focused on Central California south. Here's the dynamics, the vorticity, upper level winds. You see that whole complex. First of all, where's all this air coming from up here? Watch the motion of all this. So this is, you're up in in Canada, up near Alaska. This air is coming from the polar regions, and watch what happens. This is why the snow levels are so low. Just drags it right down over the top of us. And it takes a while. You're right. Well, it's warmer down here in the ocean. It'll try to warm it up. Our atmosphere is not that. It will try to warm it up, but it won't. And that's why snow levels are going to get way down, especially as we get into Wednesday morning. And then you get this, and then you get that, right? So it's just a very unsettled pattern. And then we go into a slight ridge on Thursday night. Friday, Saturday. Nice. Maybe we get the weekend in, you guys. Sunday morning looks Sunday morning looks fine. And then we get kind of back into it again next week. Right? This is cool. This is what weather should look like. This is the atmospheric component, moisture from about where I'm sitting right now to about 18,000 feet. This is precipitable water. You can see a little bit. Look at that. That's showing more than we had yesterday. This is right now. So that's what's going through Southern California this afternoon. That's I heard the Weather Channel guys today almost say AR. They were. This is a month ago. Everybody got sort of back in line with that. Don't use the AR all the time. But that's an atmospheric plume for sure. Moisture plume. And then we're looking for anything startling. Nothing. That's startling. Okay, wait a minute. Well, that's that Sunday. It's February 22nd. That looks pretty good. Wow, Central Coast again. If that happens, so that's a big event. But that's down the road. So we're back into winter, my friend. These are the forecast rainfall accumulations. This is GFS, and this is 24 hours of time. So here's the first 24. That's the footprint. Comes the next 24. Kind of not bad. A little bit overnight. So let's do it again. So I'll start. So this is this afternoon. That's how the day shines out. And then we're going to go into Wednesday afternoon. Right there. Look at that mammoth, right? Dude, some of the rain, snow totals, so these are just forecasts for 24-hour periods. It looks like it dries up a little bit, and then it gets going again. That's on February 23rd. And then, yeah, so we're in for a nice little pattern here. And then this is snowfall, and you can just see this is bizarre. I mean, look at some of these totals. Like if you were to go 103 inches, right? So 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet of snow. Not going to happen that way, but it could. It could. I shouldn't say that. And of course that will usher in avalanche concerns. So best thing to do right now, radar, HRRR. Right? If you're trying to get stuff done, if you're trying to travel to the mountains, don't. Right? That's simple. And if you're driving around Santa Barbara and those areas, try to time it out. Use the radar to time out the cells that come through. I do this all the time in my life. I go to any radar. College DuPage has a radar. Your local TV station has a radar. So I'm in Santa Rosa right now. I'm like, oh, look, I know everything's going that way. So let's see if I put, and you can see, right? So you go, oh yeah, everything's going that way. Let's go to Santa Barbara because you got the watches and warnings down there. Let's do this. I do this all the time, and it works really well. So if let me log in here, okay. So there's SBA, Santa Barbara, right there. It's Ventura. I know it's hard to see. Sorry, there's watches and warnings, severe thunderstorm watch warning. But see that line going through? I'll loop it. I hope this is working for you. There's my looper. That's under this. Hang on. I got so much going on this. I got so many tabs open, you guys. Okay, so that's the way it's moving, right? So you run a loop. You go, okay, it's moving that way. These lines moving about 20, 25 miles an hour. Just rough it out. And if I'm sitting, and if I go, I got a golf game in Ventura. I want to get a run in Ventura. Now I go. Because see that dry slot coming? It works too. See that dry slot? Northern Ventura? You got 45 minutes to do a run. You can do it. You can time the bands. I know you probably already knew that, but it always surprises me people don't do that. I do that all the time. I live on my radar. Like I'll sit here all day. Not really. But I'll be sitting around going, okay, wait. I'll find a hole today to get out if I want to do a quick ride or something, or just be out and work in the yard. This is Mount Shasta. This is from Wairika. Temperature in Wairika today is going to be in the 40s. Let's take a look at the mountain. Most of the activity is south of Mount Shasta. Oh, it's cold up there, though. Redding, 53 degrees today. This is awesome. This is from Wairika area or Alturas area. They're going to go 48 degrees today, and you're looking towards the west. You're looking towards the west, so towards Mount Shasta. I think Shasta's over to the north a little bit. And then temperatures there will be in the 40s. This is Crescent City. And again, you're like, well, Bill, shouldn't it be dumping up there? Yeah, should be. And typical extratropical weather system, it would come down from the north and it would dump most of its rain at Cape Mendocino, Crescent City, Marin County, less, till you get to LA and you got a quarter inch. This thing's coming poof, straight in from the left, from the mid-latitude, low latitude, and it's merging really cold air with that really warm air from the subtropics. It's a perfect storm. Perfect storm. I know that's been a book somewhere, but it's the perfect storm for California right now. This is paradise. I go here because I remember growing up here. There's a little bit of rain, Sawmill Peak. I remember going up here, and in '82 especially, and in I think '76, I remember it rained for days. It just rains. It rains so much up there, and so that's the Feather River drainage, West Branch. That's over the West Branch, Butte Creek, and that water flows into Lake Orville, the second largest surface reservoir. Mount Tamalpais. Is this Mount Tamalpais? Yeah, it is. Is it? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. We're good. And then, it's that kind of day. And then this is, I can put a loop on this. This is top of Siberia at Tahoe. And I was looking at the wind flag? It's really not, the wind hasn't gotten there yet, but they'll clock 100 miles an hour up here in the next 24 hours. See the flag just hanging limp, which is really interesting, right? Incoming storm, but it's not there quite yet. Just started snowing in Truckee like 3 hours ago, like this morning. So that'll be interesting to watch. We'll keep our eyes on it. This is Santa Barbara, and we can loop this bad boy. This is they're getting hit. They're gonna get hit. They're gonna get more. Look, watch this system go through. Just whoosh. They face south. It's perfect orographics. There's a funnel that reacts when it, Point Conception grabs it. And then down by Malibu, there's just this lens, and this area just kills for rain. It's amazing how much rain they get. I was down there the other day when I was gone for a while, and I was talking to my friends who live out there, and they were telling me some of the rain totals they were getting. Unofficial, like backyard rain totals. I'm like, 15 inches, stuff like that. I'm like, wow. This is somewhere. I knew this was going to happen. This is looking towards Los Angeles. Okay, I'm good. Los Angeles, and they're getting rain. Getting rain. Getting rain. Yeah. Rain is good. And then this is these funny. These cameras change on me sometimes. What am I looking at? I was looking towards. Oh, I'm looking towards Los Angeles again. Just wanted to see Los Angeles, and you just see that's the kind of day you got. But your air quality awesome right now. This is Saddleback Peak, and Irvine hasn't really. There's some rain down there, but it hasn't showed up yet. But it will. We're forecast highs today. Right, and then watch it drops down tomorrow. Nice. That's that cold air. That's you guys. It's so funny because the foothill guys get so fired up when it snows, like really fired up. I mean, I grew up in Paradise, so we were foothill guys, and we'd get snow days every other year or something, and it's awesome because it doesn't snow. Anything below 3,000 feet, it's not a regular occurrence in the west slope of the Sierra Nevada, unless you're north up around the Redding area, a little lower, but fired up, like grown men and grown women getting fired up, and they're getting fired up right now. I read the message boards and I belong to a couple foothill websites, and they are just fired the heck up. It's awesome. It's awesome when old people and I'll tell you a little secret. And Bill Hudson doesn't mind me telling you this story. Yeah, he probably does. That's why I'm going to tell it. He's grew up in Palisades, Tahoe. He's an Olympic athlete. Blah 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 blah. His mom won an Olympic medal. Blah 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 blah. His wife's dad built the trams and the gondolas, Burkhart's. So Billy's like all time. Basically, that's his town, Lake Tahoe. Sorry, I mean Darren would say it's his, but Darren grew up in Sacramento. Anyway, Bill gets so excited when it's getting ready to snow. Like these guys, I got two buddies that are him and Mike Rodar. They're texting me, dude, it's snowing. Dude, you live in Tahoe, of course it's snowing. It snows a lot up there. But everybody, it triggers something in everybody. So I hope I didn't, but that's how you know. Because I get kind of stoked when it snows. I mean, it never snows where I live. When it used to, I was stoked. So look at the watches and warnings out west. So this is an equal opportunity West Coast unloading, real deal moisture plume meets cold air meets February storm. Awesome. The surf's kind of just gnarly. It's like this. There are high tides in the morning, low tides in the afternoon. It's a king tide, but it's not the same ball game as the last king tide, except in a storm. In the storm, you'll get many inches, half foot of rain, a half foot of increase because of the low pressure. This is interesting. Low pressures come in. They actually, this is one mechanism to get more on the high tide. The low pressure comes in and it's low, so it's not as much pressure on the ocean. The ocean comes up a little bit, expands a little bit. So right there you get a few inches, right? Then you get the rain coming down. That adds to the water level a little bit, but mostly when those rivers and creeks, the Russian rivers, Flushing, and everything comes up a little bit more. Then you add a south wind, it piles all the water up against southwest winds, like orographics, but for water, right? It's just not the same mechanisms, but same idea that this gets pushed up against the hills. And so you get more lift. So you get these things that will create a high tide. We may see some pictures. I don't think so. I think there'll be some issues on the bike trail and stuff. But this is the kind of pattern that would get you that. Looks really stormy south of Point Conception. This is Halama. And then this guy's kind of cool. I was watching him earlier. He hit this out of San Onofre. But he's like, you know what? He's actually getting a few rides. And he's a hero. He's a hero. Like, I'm sure the wife goes, what are you doing? I'm going to go surf. She goes, it's storming. What are you doing? I'm going to go surf. Because he knows nobody will be out there, and he can just think about this, work through like the 8th grade or something. A lot of times when I surf alone, I just work through, 8th grade was a rough year. You kind of work through some things. It's kind of funny. I have a theory on surfers because they do, autistic children are really calmed by the ocean, right? I know. So I have and all the guys I've known over the years, I think we're all a little bit, we're on the spectrum, because there's something about, especially when it gets big, it really just mesmerizes you and kind of almost calms you down. Not me, but the real good surfers. But I think there's a spectrum component to all this. Let's see if he gets that. He may just take off in the whitewater. I'm running out of time. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, he's going to go. That's my boy. He goes, what? Yeah, Mr. Wagner in 8th grade. Should have given me a B on that paper, but I got a C. But I just won. Yeah. And then these are the Eagles. I think they were back today. There they are. Come on. No, dang it, you guys. I keep seeing it. Do you see her? There she is. So that's kind of cool, right? Yeah. Hello. That's Jack. That's Shadow. So hopefully they get something going. Those two. It's not that windy there yet. It's gonna get stormy. We'll look at the tree tomorrow. He's got a little wind in his hair there, but it's gonna get windy tomorrow. And then this is storminess at, well, yeah, it's storminess at North Star. This is Mammoth skiing. It's a holiday today, by the way. And then, what's that guy? Oh, then there's this guy. Let's take a quick look at the highway real quick. Do we have time? We got a couple seconds. Let's see. We'll go Truckee, Spalding, Immigrant Gap, Soda Springs. I'll bet that camera is gnarled. Yeah, it is. So that looks, yeah, not bad. Snowing. They're chaining up both 50 and 80. Okay. Listen, no history today because we got real weather. It's a perfect California storm for this time of year, and I couldn't be happier. And we did the water deal the other day. You can find it in my old videos. But we looked at water, and we realized we are hurting for water. And to get this kind of a event right now is absolutely perfect. Water content for snow water equivalent, basically. And so this is Kingvale. So that looks, and it does look like they're chaining it up. It might even be closed. I haven't seen a car in a while, maybe running caravans. Okay, well, I think I might update tonight. I'll do a quick one tonight. We'll just look at pictures and stuff, right? And see what's going on out there. Look, be closer to live. Maybe around 4 o'clock before the evening news. Okay, see you back here.
I gotta be doing of course, then, it doesn't. If I think so. Yes, always. Oh, and I guess that can't be working. Man, I like that. Oh,